What's up, everyone? Hello, hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. It's Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures for anyone who is just stopping by or just finding my channel, but welcome back to all of my friends. So happy to see everyone here. And if you happen to be watching this on the replay, thank you very much for spending some time with me and catching up with everything that we are doing on this Wednesday. So how is everyone doing today? I am doing pretty good. I almost thought I was going to have to reschedule this sprint session until later this evening because I had to help my son out, Barry. He had to bring his car to get something installed in it. And we have been waiting for them to call for us to go pick it back up. Well, we didn't hear. And I'm like, okay, so what do I do? It's getting closer. So I went to go change it. That's why I didn't even say anything on Instagram today about what time. That's guess who coming in, tooting. Anyway, didn't know what to do, went and changed it to 6 p.m. Right after I do that, I get a text from my husband that he's coming home tonight. He wasn't supposed to be coming home tonight. So called him. We worked it out that he is going to bring my son. He should be getting home pretty soon. So whenever they call, he can take care of bringing my son to get his vehicle. Thank goodness. And then I could keep everything the same. But for a little bit there, I was like, just something to get the, adrenaline going and, keep me on my toes, I guess. But anyway, I'm here and I'm excited. I've got plenty to do today and I'm excited to be spending the next few hours with y'all. So let's see who is in the house. Hello, Heidi. I'm so happy you're here. Hope you're doing well. Yes, I am the kitty cat. In fact, I just posted my grand kitty cat on Instagram because today was something black for 100 days of Halloween happy. That's a little challenge they're doing to count down until Halloween, which I love Halloween. And so something black, Nene's black, and I paired her with a black book called Book of Night by Holly Black. How about that? Hello, Alicia. She's telling everyone hello. Hello, Anna. How are you? And hello to Jen. And Jen is telling everyone hello. Hello, Amy. Happy Wednesday to you. All these happy people. Hello, Halco. How are you doing, Halco? Halco and I are buddy reading Boy's Life, and we are starting on Monday, July 29th. So we are going to be buddy reading it together, holding each other accountable, and I'm finally going to get it done. Thank you, Halco, because you are really helping me with that. Hello, Jamie. Jamie's telling everyone hello. And I'm Murder She Read. Murder She Read. Hello. I think this is the first time you are here. How are you? You've got Jessica Fletcher as your profile picture. I love Murder, She Wrote. Awesome. I've been listening to the Langoliers because of Willem Dafoe. Also started the Spell Shop for Cozy Witch vibes. Is the Spell Shop... Who's the author of that? Because I just saw a book, and I think that's the title of it, and I am thinking about getting it because the cover is absolutely fantastic. And I should go back and listen to the Langoliers with Willem Dafoe because I read it with my eyeballs, but Kelsey says Willem Dafoe is just excellent. So I should do that now that I've gotten into the hang of audiobooks. Hello. Oh, is it Samira? Please tell me that is how you pronounce your name. I hope so. And that is a pretty name. Hello to you. My first time here, and I'm excited to start reading with everyone. We're excited to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tell us what you're reading. Tomorrow, my husband is taking the day off so we can go to an early minor league baseball game while Lukey is in summer school. I think that's awesome. How fun. Y'all are going on a little date. Hello, Sabrina. How are you? What are you up to? Do tell, do tell. Hello, Amberly. What are you reading? What have you been up to? Howco, I cannot wait either. This will be my third year. So third year's the charm, I guess, for trying to get to Boys Life. But I kind of feel like you're giving me the courage to finally jump into it. I mean, it's 608 pages. And not that I have anything against big books. I actually used to love reading big books, but I've kind of gotten away from it since being on BookTube and doing all the readathons and everything. I just feel like I don't have enough time to really spend with it. But I created a schedule for us, and I think with that schedule, we have a little wiggle room. As long as I get it done before the end of August. August 30th is my, absolute, because I'm counting it for Big Book Summer and for Summer Book Bingo. So anyway, I'm glad we're doing it. I am so happy. This will be our first buddy read together. So very excited about that as well. Yes, Alicia's saying that she hopes we like it. I hope so too, because I have a lot riding on it, because my bestie Kelsey at Slime and Slashers absolutely adores this book. And it's really what got her into liking Robert McCammon so much. So she thinks that I will like it as well. And so I really do hope, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, because I know sometimes when we don't like something that our really good friends like, sometimes it hurts their feelings, and I don't want to do that. Just think back when I didn't like Session 9, the movie Session 9. Kelsey was crushed. And Jen says, yay, Boys Life, blah, blah, blah. Boys Life is so good. Lots of people think Boys Life is really good. I don't think I've really heard of anybody not liking it. Maybe one, but I don't know. I guess maybe that person, they don't really like coming of age, maybe. Hello, Amy, just sneaking in to work on some editing. Well, welcome. We appreciate you being here, and how fun getting some editing done. Yay about Boys Life. So next Wednesday, we can discuss it here. Actually, I will not be here next Wednesday, which I will need to let y'all know. I will be at the beach. I'm going to be in Orange Beach. I'm actually going to be close to where my friend Jen at Literary Love 123 is. Yes, I will be at the beach next week. So no sprints next Wednesday. I'm sad that I won't be with y'all, because I will be relaxing on the beach at some point. I don't know if I'll be on the beach at the time that I would normally be sprinting, but I don't know. We'll see. It's my first time. Yay. I'm so excited. Do you want to say what your name is, or should I just call Murder She Read? Either way, whatever you feel comfortable with. Sarah Beth Durst. The cover is very pretty with a cottage. I think that's it. And there's a cat on it, correct? I wrote it down somewhere. I wrote it down. I don't know. Oh, I did. Yes. I wrote it down on the back of my list of books that I have to buy in the next couple of weeks. But it looks great. You know where I saw it? It was on Goodreads. I was sitting there writing a book review, and I saw it, and I'm like, I need that. I'm reading The Final Women by Pradeep Arjwella. And I was a teenage slasher by Stephen Graham Jones. Awesome. Do you know that Mother Horror and our crits at C Crits Read, they're going to be at the Seattle event with Mother Horror, who's Sadie Hartman, and Stephen Graham Jones. How cool is that? I wish I could be there. I would love to meet Stephen Graham Jones. Hello, Robin. Just popped in to say hi, and I finished the Zombie Survival Guide. Excellent. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope now you are all prepared in case we have a zombie apocalypse. Hey, Kaylin. What's up, girlie? Yes, and thank you. I am listening to The Family Remains by Lisa Jewell. Nice. I haven't read anything by Lisa Jewell yet. Maybe one day. I'm starting Nikki Castle's new arc, The Waiter at Table 6. It's like 140 pages, so it should be a quick read. Excellent. Is it a thriller by any chance? I always like to try to guess. I'm reading The Sunday Pigeon Murder by Craig Rice. Nice. A murder mystery. Woohoo. Y'all gonna be surprised at what I'm reading. Still reading it. Well, that's okay. It's a big book. I remember reading it for the second time. I read it in July. I did. And I enjoyed it. For Summer of King. Hello, Tiffany. How are ya? What's going on? You probably reading a cozy mystery right now. Do tell, do tell. Sorry to say I won't be on today, but have a great week. Thank you, Robin. I'll see you in a couple of weeks, hopefully. I'm in the final stretch of End of Story by A.J. Finn. And after nearly DNFing it, I started to get really into it. So I'm hoping it doesn't go south and disappoint in the end. I hope not. I really hope not, because that would be a disappointment. But I'm glad that it picked up for you, because that would have been a bummer. It really would have. 608 pages. You are going to love every page. Boy's Life is one of those perfect books, just like Daughter of the Empire. No worries there of disliking it. I don't think I will, just because the way Kelsey describes it, and also the synopsis of it sounds like something I would like. It's coming of age. It's a mystery. As y'all can hear, my husband is home. Luna Bell is all excited. Yeah, I think I'm going to like it. I really am. I can't imagine. I like coming of age books, and I don't mind, the length, as long as I have the time to do it. But that's because Halco and I are spreading it out. So even though I'm starting it in July, I am literally going to be finished it in August. So we'll see. Yay, our beaches are beautiful. Have a lovely time. I know, I wish we could somehow coordinate, Jen, because I would love to see you if I was in your area, but I'm not sure what your schedule is like. Yeah, we are planning to go to the little zoo in Gulf Shores. That's one thing that we want to do. We might do that the day that we go in, because the last time we tried to go, it rained us out. We'll probably stop at the Buc-ee's. I would say probably on the way home. We'll have beach time. Trying to think, we're going to do some book shopping. My husband said we could go to some bookstores, so I could go check out some used bookstores and see if I can find some vintage horror for Kelsey. And then what else did we? Oh, we'll probably go to Lambert's. That's the place where they throw the rolls at you. It's like home cooking. So I know we'll get up with that. And I don't know, might go to the movies or something. There's a lot of good movies out right now. And I don't know, just hang out. I just want some beach time so I can kind of read on the beach and go pick up seashells by the seashore. Oh my gosh, you do sprints every Wednesday? Yes, ma'am, every Wednesday, generally 3:30 p.m. Yep, every Wednesday. Well, except for next Wednesday, I will not. Because I will be at the beach. I'll be a beach bum. But that's okay. But generally, yes, every Wednesday, unless something comes up that I can't do it on a Wednesday, but usually everyone will know ahead of time. Yeah, you should join in. I go by Jess. Well, it's nice to meet you, Jess. I mean, some people don't want us to know what their name is, and some people are fine with that. So thank you. Yes, I will have fun at the beach. I hope. Good afternoon, Anne. I was sick last week. I was asleep. How are you feeling? I wanted to see what was going on with you. I wanted to tell you that my niece, she is waiting on a diagnosis. She thinks that, they're leaning towards her possibly having MS. And she is going to be 22 in September. So she's got to see a neurologist, and my Carrie, her dad, this is my best friend's daughter, so I say she's my niece, but it's because I've known her since birth, and my friend Shelly and I were friends for so long, we were like sisters. But he said that he's also going to have her tested for Lyme disease just to make sure. But you've been in my thoughts, Anne. I hope that you're doing well, and I hope that you're going to get answers to help you out. Jess, I love your name. Have you read the series? Yeah, I love her name too. The Cats Have Wings. It just looks fantastic. That's all I can say. Oh, I love the name Murder, She Read. I do too. Sadly, no. It's on my list to get to. I think you would probably enjoy the series. I have 2 books, and I was sad because Stormy did a Murder, She Wrote readathon last year during the summer, and I got a hold of 2 books, and I was so excited. I haven't read them yet, but I absolutely love the show. So I guess I might have to read them on my own and not hold out for a readathon. Hello, Em. I'm still making my way through Edgar Allan Poe's classic stories, having so much fun. I don't know how you can't have a good time reading Edgar Allan Poe. He is fantastic, in my opinion. And thank you to Kaylin. No, The Waiter at Table 6 is a spicy novella. Ooh. So, that just conjured up a couple of ideas in my mind, considering it's a waiter. I'm not going to go there. Hello, Jamie. Joining during my lunch break, reading Kill Her Twice by Stacey Lee. It's a YA noir murder mystery. Wonderful. And oh, that sounds fun. To Sabrina. And to Jess, were you doing a Murder, She Wrote readathon in August if you're interested? Oh, you are doing a Murder, She Wrote readathon. So y'all changed it. Didn't y'all do it last time in June? Or am I just going crazy with that? Well, I'm glad, because now I can read one of my books. Poe is my man. Same. I love him. My dog started barking just now as well. Yes. When my husband comes home, my little dog Tootie can't hear. So he didn't realize, I think, until he started getting closer to my office. But Luna just goes wild. Tootie usually goes wild if he sees them. But as you can tell, he left. So they're off and about doing something. Probably out in the backyard having fun. Let me know the dates and I'll see if I can work something out. I will. Yes, I just subbed to you. Thank you very much. To Tiffany. Yes, Jen, dreamy. Yes. If you want a good horror movie, I highly recommend Longlegs. It's on my list. I do love Nick Cage. I love Nick Cage, especially when he's unhinged, which he can be. If you've ever seen Color Out of Space or you've seen Mandy, he can get quite unhinged for sure. But Longlegs is on my list. I don't know if I'll get to see it in the movie theater, but I would love to. Yes, A Cozy Mystery, of course. A Lost Clause, A Christmas Cozy Mystery by Mona Marple. I love that you read all those cozy mysteries. Hey, Carissa, how are you today? A beach trip. Have a blast. I'm going to try because we haven't been to the beach since February of 2023, I believe. I can't say I haven't been to a beach, but I really haven't been to one. I mean, we were in Sicily and they had kind of like a rocky, I don't know, I guess you would call it a beach. But it was like where you went that you could jump off into the water, which was the Tyrrhenian Sea. I didn't do that, but my son did, and so did my niece and my brother-in-law. But I don't know if my dad did or not. But I'm not one that really likes to go into the water. It's crazy. I'd rather just be on the beach. I am listening to The Lions of Al Rassan by Guy Gavriel K. It is one of those books so that it is grand in every way. It takes place in a fantasy world that is similar to 14th century Spain. Wonderful. Talking about Spain, I hope Ricardo is doing okay. We haven't seen him in a couple of weeks. Oh, thank you so much. I'm excited. I think it is still in theaters. I think so too. It might be one of those movies I would have to go watch. Like I might have to go by myself, trying to organize or schedule with my husband to go see movies is difficult because he works through the week and that leaves the weekend. And if we have a bunch going on the weekend, I don't know. I used to go to the movies by myself on Tuesday nights occasionally, because it's cheaper here at our theater. If we go, it's an AMC theater, but I haven't been in a while. We saw Twister. It was great. Saw it at IMAX. I imagine that would have been fantastic, especially with all the effects. I'm going to be listening to The Shadow Rising. Awesome. And hey, Anne from Tiffany. The characters and plot and lines of Al Rassan are rich. He is close to Hobb in comparison. Nice. Oh no, I hope your niece is going to be okay. Yes, I hope so too. She's young and I don't know. They think it's early enough that whatever treatment that they can, do something for it. I don't know. I haven't talked to her specifically about it. I've just texted with her dad to try to figure out what's going on. The thing is that MS affects everyone differently. Tell her to limit how many stories she allows people to tell her. I will. Thank you for telling me that. Yeah, I know that it can I know that it affects people differently, but I do also know that stress also can make it worse. And I just hope that she can handle her stress, because she tends to be a little worrywart. She's about to start student teaching for the year, and teaching can be very stressful. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed with that. With Shadow, you are going to love Perrin and Matt. Shadow might be one of the best in all 15 books. Ooh. And oh gosh, thank you. And yes, we did it in June or July last year, but we wanted to do Xmas in July, so we pushed it to August. Well, I'm glad to know, because like I said, I bought these 2 books. I found 2 books, A Murder, She Wrote, in the bargain section at Books A Million, and I was so excited. I have been looking for books at the Friends of the Library store, at the book sales, and I've been striking out. So yeah, I need to also check. I have never checked thrift books, so I probably should check there too and see. I watched Longlegs and Maxine last week. I won't share my opinions here, but you can hear them in my vlog video coming this Saturday. Yeah, I want to see Maxine too. That's also on my list. And I want to see Deadpool with Wolverine. Longlegs was good. Hello, Stormy. Hello, Camille. So good seeing you. Color Out of Space was one of the weirdest, grossest, worst movies I've ever seen. I actually liked it. Oh, what can I say? Color Out of Space is based on an H.P. Lovecraft story, just to let you all know. That's why it's so weird and gross. Hello, Bay Books. I'm reading Love Letters to a Serial Killer. It was on the new shelf at the library and enjoying it so far. That sounds like something that I would probably enjoy, honestly. Hiya, Andy. How are you doing? Like button booped. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. And to Heidi, Matt has been my favorite since book 3, but I don't know about Perrin yet. Kaju. Hi, lovely friends. Happy to be here. Well, we're happy you're here too. For me, this is what I'm getting up to. As you can tell, I am still reading Therese Raquin, which thanks to Jamie that she pronounced it. She put the pronunciation of that in Alex's sprints, because I got the Therese part, but I could not figure out if it was a Raquin, and she said Raquin. So I was like, thank you. Anyway, it's called In Secret here in the United States, but this is what I'm reading by Emile Zola. And I'm reading this for a book that's mentioned in another book. It was mentioned in Billy Summers. So I am on page 138 of 223 pages. My goal is to finish this tonight on sprints. That is what I want to do. If I finish this, then I will go back to reading On Writing by Stephen King. It's a nonfiction. I have made it to page 189. We're talking about dialogue at this point, which I think is hilarious. And let me see how many pages. This is 284 pages. And I'm about 100 pages out, but I'm taking my time with this book. I'm kind of really trying to digest everything he's talking about because he's breaking it down into different parts of writing. And the first half of the book, of course, is about his life and how he got into writing and how his story with that began. You learn a little bit about his home life and getting married to Tabby. So really enjoying this as well, but taking my time with it. I told myself that it's the kind of book that I'm not on any kind of a schedule, but it is counting for my summer book bingo prompt of nonfiction. And then I started listening, and I did read some with my eyeballs too, but I started The Maidens by Alex Michaelides. I don't think that's how you pronounce it. I don't think that's how the narrator pronounced it. That's how I'm going to pronounce it because I cannot pronounce anything really correctly. Anyway, but I have made it to chapter 10. And the reason I'm reading this book is because, one, I got it in the bargain section at Books A Million. And two, it's second chance. It's a second chance for the second chance square on Summer Book Bingo. It sounds like it's going to be good, but the reason it's a second chance is because I read The Silent Patient and I loved the first half of the book, but I didn't love the second half of the book of The Silent Patient, and I ended up hating the main character. He was a wuss, in my opinion. I didn't like him at all. But anyway, this is reading. So far, I'm liking it very much. I'm liking the main character, Mariana, and learning about what's going on. We've had a death, so I'm sure that's what's going to draw her into this mystery or whatever. But I don't know. Excited to get to it and see what's going to happen. So I will not be listening to any of this, during sprints. I will listen to this whenever I have time to listen to it, like if I'm doing chores or whatever. So as long as I'm done by the end of I don't know, I might finish it this weekend. Who knows? There's no telling. Depends on what I'm getting up to. Samira is watching a movie this Sunday. I never watch movies out anymore, so this will be like a solo date for myself. Excellent. I love going to the movies. I just don't really ever have the time, and it can get kind of pricey. So I like to try to go when I can save some money. I am doing an infusion therapy. It's very tiring. If you listen to other people, they can terrify you. People seem to want to tell horror stories. That's a shame. Yeah, if you can connect with Amy at Amy Noel Reads, I don't think she would tell you horror stories. Amy's very compassionate. She'll be a good source. I don't go to the movies anymore, too expensive, and I don't like the crowds. Yeah, well, we'll usually go at odd times when a lot of people don't go. My thing is I don't like to go to the movies like on a Friday or a Saturday, especially in the evening, because there are a lot of teenagers there. And teenagers can be a pain in the booty. Shadow is the parent book, but I love Matt so much. I wish he was a real person. Rand McShmand, Matt is the superstar. And M says, I enjoyed on writing and took my time with it as well. Yeah. And what I love about it is I can go back. Now that I know it's divided into, I really need to tab where it's all the divisions are. And that way I can go back and reference it. That would be nice. Sugar is a thing she needs to avoid. Okay. That's a good tip. Sugar really does inflame you, honestly. It causes a lot of inflammation in your body, even though sugar tastes wonderful. That's so fair to Jess. I have been busy lately. Plus, I can mostly just watch movies on cable and stream. And that's me too. That is me too. My husband and I just watched a movie called The Beekeeper. It was kind of a little bit over the top with Jason Statham, I think is how you pronounce his last name. But it was a really good, and it really is about like people getting scammed with these pop-up things. And I'm going to tell you, I had an experience with that. And then a lady on BookTube she has the booktube, not on booktube, she's on YouTube. Rose Homestead, her channel got hacked, and I swear it just made me think of that the whole entire time I was watching this movie at the very beginning, and how it can just devastate a person's life. I really enjoyed The Maidens, but I know a lot of people didn't care for it. I'm hoping I want to give him another chance. Otherwise, if I don't like this one, I mean, The Silent Patient, I gave it 3 stars because the beginning part, like, it really was good. Like, the first half of that book, I was like invested and like rocking and rolling through it. And then as it was getting towards the end, and then I'm finding out stuff about the main character, I'm like, oh, this is aggravating me. To Heidi, I also really like Matt best. Rand gets annoying. I like The Maidens, however, it appears very few people feel. That's sad. My friend Heidi posted on Goodreads, because I posted today, I was starting it, and she said she's a little hesitant to read it. And I'm wondering if it's because she's read something else by him and didn't like it. So she's like waiting to see what my thoughts are. Glad you like that movie more than I did, Kat. Oh, you talking about The Beekeeper? Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit over the top, but the whole part in the beginning really did. I mean, that was the premise. And also I started The Haunting at Bly Manor, which I'm really enjoying. My husband and I are watching that together. That's our TV show together, because we finished with with Resident Alien, and can't go on because we don't have access to Peacock. So we have to wait for Resident Alien season 3 to be put on Netflix. So we started this one. It's an adaptation of The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, but we're liking it so far. To Jess, I am trying to be better to myself, so solo dates are my focus this year. I love that. I like The Maidens. I can't wait to hear your final rating. Yeah, I hope it's good, because I know his next book, is it called The Furies, I think? That one, my friend Lori at Books, Ink, and Paper read that one and really liked it. So, I don't know. Happy there's another wheelie in Cat Sprints. To Jamie. I like The Maidens. I love The Silent Patient. Yeah, I think I'm in the minority with The Silent Patient, honestly. Self-care is important, 100%. I'm happy to hear that. It seemed like I was on an island by myself. Hello, Christina. How are you? To Jamie, what is your favorite Wheel of Time book? Mine is Gathering Storm. And then, hey, Christina, again, remember to hydrate and hug the like button. Thank you for the reminder, Christina. And then love to Jess. Hi, Camilla. Long time. Well, I really liked The Silent Patient. Okay, another Silent Patient person. LOL, Christina. I removed that comment. I am still trying to decide between Incidents Around the House by Josh Malerman, due first, or The House Across the Lake by Riley Sager, shorter. I haven't read either, so I won't be of any help to you. Sorry. I did read a Malerman. That was The House at the Bottom of the Lake. I think that was a 3-star for me, too. Probably Eye of the World from Jamie. I love the setting out on an adventure trope where anything is possible. And I don't know how I feel about Rand. I have a feeling that he is just going to get worse. Uh-oh. I still have not read anything by Alex. Yeah, I think it's Michaelides. Hey to Stormy, Camille, and Christina. I was talking about Color Out of Space, Cat. No worries. Well, that's okay, because some people, yeah, I do. I mean, I can't help it. I do have a soft spot for Nick Cage. I can't help myself. I get annoyed with most characters when they find out they have superpowers and they're not excited about it. I'll be playing with my superpowers a lot if I had any. Yeah, me too. And hello to Tiffany from Stormy, and hello, Stormy, from Christina. Okay, so we're going to go to our next sprint. Let's see. Christina said, just finished A House at the Bottom of the Lake today. And Anne loves Riley Sager. I haven't read anything by Riley Sager. Okay, so we're going to start our first sprint, and we're going to go with 30 minutes. But our would you rather for today is would you rather build a sandcastle or collect seashells? This is in, what I'm looking forward to doing when I go to my beach trip. I won't be building the sandcastle. I'm more of a collect seashells kind of gal. Okay, so let's go ahead. I don't know what I'm doing here. Trying to start this. Okay. Y'all know I can't talk and get my pom-pom kitty on the screen at the same time. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'll see y'all back in 30. We have highs from Christina to Tiffany and highs to Christina from Stormy. So see y'all soon. Happy reading. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Woot woot. How did everybody do? How did everybody do during that time? I didn't read the whole time. I went to hop off to tell my husband hello, and he was on the lawnmower trying to cut grass. Then I went and got mail, came back, and then we had a downpour. So then the police called my son and said that his car wouldn't be ready until tomorrow morning. So I'm gonna have to go do that with him tomorrow morning. So I'm kind of glad I didn't end up switching anything around because I would have been sad. But it all worked out. And then my husband just asked if I wanted some sushi for dinner. So I said yes. So I ordered myself, well, he's going to order it for me, but I'm going to get myself a dragon roll. How about that? How many of y'all like sushi? I love it. We don't get it very often. So this will be a nice treat, especially since he wasn't supposed to be home tonight. And I had no idea. I was probably going to just eat cantaloupe or something because I don't like to cook at all. Okay, so I asked everybody, let me say what I did. When I did read, I got to page 147. This book is a tragedy. That's all I'm going to say. It is a tragedy. You would almost think Shakespeare had written this book. I have 76 pages left. So I'm hoping that I can get this done tonight. Because that'll be just wonderful. I kind of am debating. I'm sad that I can't make the Cozy Cottage book club this week, but when the book is on the phone, that's the only way I can read it. And I just don't think I can do it. It bugs me. I wish it would have been audio, but it's so old that they don't even have even a physical copy would have been better. But anyway, so my question was, would you rather build a sandcastle or collect seashells? So let me know that. And then also what y'all did during the sprint. And so coming back here, M says sandcastle with the kiddos. Yes, I think building sandcastles with the kids is a lot of fun. I remember doing that with both of my boys. So much fun. Collect seashells for Christina. They don't wash away with the waves. That's true. Collect seashells for Jen as well. And they are so pretty. Yes, every time we go, I collect them and bring them home. Like we have so many seashells from over the years. I don't know what to really do with them. My husband says we could get a lamp and put them like in a lamp, but I don't know. We'll see. I used to collect seashells. Not a big fan of sand. That is why a lake vacation rules. Yes. Well, I'm not a huge fan of sand either, in the fact that I feel like you have sand for like weeks afterwards because of it getting tracked into the car and stuff. But I will say we are staying on the beach at a hotel on the beach. So we probably will not be carrying much sand back home. It'd be different if we had to get in and out and drive, but I don't think we will. It'll be fine. Except for in my trunk, I'll probably have some with all the stuff we bring in. Jamie would opt to build a sandcastle. Excellent. Jamie would always collect seashells on beaches. I'm in a landlocked state, though, so my collection is pretty small. I also love picking up bits of surf-polished old bricks. That's pretty cool. Samira says, I think collect seashells for me. I used to do that when I was a kid too. I love it. It's just like a relaxing little activity to do as you're walking up and down the beach, and then to find pretty different shells with different colors. So I'll bring a jar with me and see how many I get. Howdy, Swank. How's it going? What you up to? And Swank says, collect seashells. Woot woot. Hello, Emma, my lovely friend. How are you? Did you answer my question, Emma? Would you like seashells or sandcastle? Are you close enough to a beach to do that? Hello to Swank from Christina. Halco said, build a sandcastle. Nice. I have to cut out early to make dinner. Thanks for hosting sprints. I was able to finish the Telltale Heart just now. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Bye, Em. I hope you enjoyed the Telltale Heart. I love that one as well. It's so cool. I don't know how y'all are with illusion in like pop culture and stuff, but I remember when I taught the Telltale Heart, I showed them to teach them about illusion. One of my examples was SpongeBob. There's a scene in there that reminds me of the Telltale Heart. Collect seashells. Hello, Marilou. I always think they're beautiful. Me too. How's it going, Marilou? Hello, Jen. Sorry I'm late. You are not late. You are right on time. I've been in training all week and it's been so overwhelming. School training. So it must be professional development, is what I'm thinking. What are they training you on, if you can say? Barely read this week. Probably read or listen to the salad. Oh, good grief. Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes while I clean up the house. Sounds good. I know. I remember the days of professional development. I don't envy you. That's the one thing about being a teacher. And Samira said, I kind of got confused with my audiobook, so I switched to a different one, and I'm about 60% through. Gotcha. And I just had sushi a couple of days ago, but I could always go for it again. Yes, I am the same way. There's so many different things you can choose, so that's what makes it wonderful. Spicy tuna crunch is my favorite roll. Yum. I love the dragon roll at this sushi restaurant that we go to, but I have favorites at different restaurants that I go to. In fact, I cannot wait for my husband and I to go to this place called Kate Street because they have a sushi pizza. And ever since my friend got that when we went to have lunch there a couple of months ago, I'm like, I want that sushi pizza. So we have not been back yet to get it, but that's what I would like to try there. But I have different rolls at different places. And there is a place by my mom and dad's house on the South Shore. They have something called a Todo roll, Todo, and it's huge. Like, it's really big, the rolls. And it has cream cheese, snow crab, honey, and it's wrapped with potato strings, and they fry it. Oh, gosh, it's so delicious. I love it. I love sushi. A dragon roll sounds good. Yes, I love them. Just started Daughters of Eve by Elif Shafak. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'd rather collect seashells. Yes. I love sushi. My favorite is spicy tuna salmon rolls. Yum. I have to go now, but I hope everyone has a lovely evening. Bye, Jen. See you soon, my friend. I finished a chapter in Neverness by David Zindel. Nice. Is Neverness a fantasy? You too, to Jen from Samira. Wait, there's an audio? I was able to get it at my library. Oh. I'm thinking for what is this for a different book? Tell me. A book said I got to page 159 in Love Letters. It's such an easy read. Collect seashells for me. Excellent. Heidi says, I like the lamp idea for the seashells. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to look into it. We say that. I just keep them in either a bucket or a little jar. In fact, I got these jars from Target, and I did get some extra ones. I put my seashells from my last trip in those, and I also used one of those jars for my year of Christy. Amberly got a couple of things done and started chapter 4 in it. Nice. I read 3 chapters in Incidents Around the House. How are you liking it, Christina, or is it too early to tell? And Camille read 35 pages. Ooh, I hear that's one scary book. Few of my fellow Goodreads mods are reading it now. Oh, to Christina for the new Mallerman book. I'd build an epic sandcastle with a moat. I know you would. And it would be very elaborate. I have a feeling. Yeah, they changed the AP psych curriculum, so I'm learning all the new stuff for the test. Gotcha. Wow. I'm doing dinner research, going to make Allison Roman's eggplant pasta. She has a new recipe out. Really? I love eggplant. There is an eggplant dish. It's eggplant and shrimp at the Vietnamese restaurant that I went to with my friend last week, and I always like to get it. The eggplant, the way it is cooked, it like melts like butter in your mouth. Ugh, it's delicious. I love eggplant. Oh, you could set the seashells in a picture frame and it would look beautiful. That's a good idea as well. I made it to page 422. I'm currently on chapter 27. Nice progress, Carissa. Neverness is sci-fi, 600 pages. Ooh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm trying to decide on what I want to bring to the beach because I would like to do a blog, not a blog, a vlog. I did a vlog the last time we went to the beach. And I remember I was reading the biography of Agatha Christie by Lucy Worsley. So I was thinking maybe I could bring a couple of books with me. I know that if I bring two, I'm only going to read one, but I'm trying to decide between The Season of Styx Malone, which I absolutely love this cover, or it's a middle grade book, and this is by Kekla Magoon. It would be the first book I'm ever reading, but I love the cover and the story just sounds so great. Or reading Dark Matter by Blake Crouch. Both of these I can count for summer book bingo, but I'm kind of deciding. I mean, I know a middle grade book, I probably could go through it pretty quickly, but it's like a 3 to 4 hour drive for us. So I don't know. And then I am going to do some reading on the beach, and then I'll read some at nighttime. I just don't know. I don't know. So these are the two I'm thinking about bringing with me to the beach. It's going to be one or the other, but I'm interested in Dark Matter. It's also the one that I rolled for Roll Your Read, which I haven't done very well with that. I don't really need to roll anything. I have plenty to read. Cassia from Christina, my K's, the Book Cozy Club book. You said this. Oh yeah, Island. It's yeah, there is no audio. I've looked for the audio and they don't have it. I looked at Libby and I looked at Cloud Library. And at first when I looked up Bright Island, I thought it was audio, and it was not. I have to read it on the thing. So I'm bummed out about that. Anyway, I don't think I can read it in enough time. I would have had to start reading it like now, kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. It's 173 pages. But I don't know about reading on my phone. I've never done it before. So sad about that. Bright Island. It looks like it would be a nice book. I think it's middle grade, but it's middle grade because it's a Newbery. Hello to Christina from Kaju. Happy Wednesday. And it is a little weird so far, but I'm only on chapter 8, so it's still setting the stage. But it's so good. But so far, so good. Well, that's good to hear. I've only read one Mallerman, and so I want to read more. Last book that actually scared me was Stephen King's Desperation. Desert scene at the end gave me intense nightmare, so I miss scary books. Takes a lot to scare me. I read Desperation so long ago that I can't remember. I do remember, though, that there is a TV adaptation of it, and I want to say Ron Perlman plays the sinister policeman that is kind of possessed by the entity from like the Dark Tower. But it's been a long, long time. I say to myself that I need to read all of the Stephen King books I have left, which I told Heidi I was going to make a list of that, and I still haven't done that. But I need to make a list of what I need to read for the very first time, and then I should go back and reread in like chronological order. But I don't know, too much. Carissa, are you reading book 4 still? If so, you're getting through it and still doing better than I am. Dark Matter. Heidi saying Dark Matter. Dark Matter by Crouch was fun. I think you will dig it. Yeah, Alex, I got the recommendation from Alex at Frank Fiction. So, yeah. Amy is back. Meal prep is done for the rest of the week. Now I can relax and read. What are you reading? Dark Matter has been on my shelves for years. I also want to read it this year. Yeah, I happened to pick it up. What's funny is there's another book called Dark Matter by Peter Straub, and I picked both of them up from the Friends of the Library store, and it wasn't until Upgrade was coming out at the time, which was really popular with people, by Blake Crouch. But then Alex did a review on it, and I'm like, I need to put that on I need to really push for it. I still need to read Recursion by him. It takes a lot to scare me too, Cassia. The last book that made me feel anything like I was scared was Bag of Bones by Stephen King, but it was a brief feeling. I really don't get scared in books. I know a book that probably would scare the bejesus out of me, and that would be probably The Exorcist. I'm just like freaked out about the whole movie. I also read Bird Box and Mallory by Mallerman. I like both of those too. I have both. I have a copy of both of those too on my shelf. Bird Box. Oh, that was so unusual. I love moving. I've thought of doing a King read chronologically, but it's so daunting because he's got like 100 books and most are so long. I don't think I can be that committed. Yeah, that's one reason I say that I would need to read all of the books that I haven't gotten to yet. The books that I have not really read, I am going to make a list because I did promise Heidi, is I need to read short story collections. I've read stories out of collections, but I need to read them in the entirety. The only collection I have finished was Full Dark, No Stars, which I absolutely loved. I loved all 4 novellas, but that's the only collection I finished. I need to read the Dark Tower series. I've read The Gunslinger, but I'm going to have to reread it again because it's been so long. I need to read that entire series, which I am doing the entire Dark Tower series in 2025. That's going to be my reading project. And then I know I have the Tommyknockers. I have Bachman books to read. I haven't read all of those. I read The Regulators and I read Thinner. Those are the only 2 that I have read. And I know I have to read the screenplay of Storm of the Century. So, I mean, I do have books I have to read. So, and I have nonfiction. I do have some nonfiction. So that's why I say, Amy, I need to do that. But if I ever read it chronologically, maybe you and I could read it chronologically together and just take as long as we want to chronologically read it. Like not have any kind of set thing. Or we could read it chronologically and I'll just get to those books for the first time, except for the Dark Tower series. Yeah, we could be, could do that. Might take us years, 10 years. It would be 10 years of reading King instead of a year with King like Kelsey and I did. I say no to rereads when there is so much fantastic literature out in the world to read. Yeah, but I love Stephen King, and I have reread some of his books already a couple of times. And sometimes I love to reread a book that just, resonate. Like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I've read that so many times. I absolutely love it. I'm due for a reread, honestly. I'm due for one. I'm reading Hillbilly Elegy. The book is very different from the movie. I haven't seen the book I haven't seen the movie. I have the book on my shelf and plan to read it maybe one day because Andrew had to read that when he was in high school. So that's why I have a copy of it on my shelf. I don't get scared when I read books either. Usually movies don't scare me, but I enjoy both. I get more scared from a movie than I do a book. And I think it's because in a book, I've said this, I think before, in a book, I can kind of compartmentalize what I'm reading. Like I can kind of like make unless it's really bad. There's some things that I cannot, like I'm seeing it and I'm just like, ugh. But sometimes I can kind of make myself feel a little like make it like black and white. Does that make sense? Like not in color. But when you're watching a horror movie, it's like it's in your face. Like even the TV show we're watching right now, The Haunting of Bly Manor, there have been a couple of like jump scare things or just eerie things that I'm like, oh, what if that happened at my, like, I don't know. The visual of a movie just is more impactful to me. But I don't know. I just have not really read a book that's really made me scared. I mean, it's made me creeped out about things, but like probably Pet Cemetery probably had scenes. Salem's Lot had scenes, but also I think the addition of having the movie too, like emphasizes that part. I don't know, but I love them all. I love horror movies and books. But I think my horror taste in books is I don't like extreme horror and I don't like anything where somebody's going to be like tortured and all this stuff like that doesn't appeal to me. I like more of the scariness, the like a gothic horror or a haunted house or an abandoned place where you find out the history of it and then also like the zombie apocalypse kind of stuff. Because you got to deal with the humans, and they're scarier, I think, sometimes than the zombies. Think I'm caught up with Coda. We both read 26 Stephen King books. Excellent. Yeah, I could talk about Stephen King all day long. He's my favorite. Jamie said, I use list challenges to track which King books I've read and need to look at which ones I have left. Yeah. I love to make lists, but then for some reason I lose them. I need to have a binder of lists. Are you still possibly thinking about reading The Dark Tower next year? Yes, 2025. That is my goal. That is my goal. Because I'm glad like the series is like finished. That's one thing that's a bummer is when you start a series and it's not finished. A lot of times I wait because I don't like when you got to wait a whole nother year and then reread. I just finished reading all the books by Louise, is it Erdrich? A new one is being released on October the 1st. Nice. Dark Matter has been on my shelf for a long time too. Heard a lot of good things. I have heard a lot of good things. Assuming the book is worth a reread, I get so much out of it the second or third time. Yeah, and I want to tell you that is true because I read My Heart is a Chainsaw by Stephen Graham Jones last June for a slasher readathon. Kelsey was hosting on her Patreon, and I loved it. And I ended up giving it 4 stars. There were things in it I was a little confused by. The writing seemed a little bit slow in some parts. It's like getting used to Stephen Graham Jones's style of writing, but there was so much to love about it, especially the main character, Jade Daniels. Well, fast forward to this year, I want to read Don't Fear the Reaper because I didn't get to read it. And then also The Angel in Indian Lake. The 3rd book is out. So I reread My Heart is a Chainsaw. And guess what? There were some things that were clear. I also listened to it on audiobook this time. And I think that added to the enjoyment. Things I was confused about cleared up. I was like, I got it now. And I ended up bumping up to 5 stars. I loved it that much. And then I read Don't Fear the Reaper right after it and loved that one. So good. I reread Anne of Green Gables every summer. I can see why. Anne of Green Gables, I'm in that series right now too. I think I'm on the 4th book. I need to get the 4th book. I love Anne Shirley. I reread Jane Austen. I reread Jane Austen every year. I can see that. I'm going to be same way. I can read it happening, but I can't watch it. I read Misery by Stephen King. I was not that scared. Yeah. But when you see, yeah, I know what you were talking about. Kathy Bates. Oh my gosh. Horrific. I'm probably due for a Stephen King again. Hello, Diana. I love Stephen King. He's also my favorite. He's awesome. The list I was using on list challenges is from 4 years ago, so it doesn't have his most recent, but I've finished 42 of King's books from that list. Wonderful. Hello, Rachel. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I am. How are you? What is your favorite King book? To Diana. Oh, hi, Jamie. Don't Fear the Reaper was good. Yeah, I liked it a lot. It was really, really gruesome in a lot of places. And so was My Heart is a Chainsaw. Yeah, I think Don't Fear the Reaper was more gruesome than My Heart is a Chainsaw. Hello to Rachel. I have not got the third book yet. I have it on my shelf. I need to find time to read it. And wow, Jamie, that's amazing for how many books you've read for Stephen King. And hi to Christina. I love the Anne books. I do too. Woo, woo. Okay, what is happening here? Hey, got back a bit late. I was cooking, listening to One Corpse Open Sleigh. That is so fun. Y'all are doing the Christmas in July. It's a cozy mystery. I got to 31%. I love cozy mystery titles. And hi to Storm from Rachel. I reread the Practical Magic series I reread the Practical Magic series every year. I've only read Practical Magic, and I did enjoy it. If you have one to pick, Jamie, to say is your favorite, what would it be? And I should read it. What you cooking, Stormy? And then hi to Rachel from Christina. And my grandfather read the Anne books to me. Oh, that's sweet. That is very sweet. I like the show Anne with an E, so I should read the book. Yeah, I love Anne of Green Gables. I had never read it as a child. I read it a couple of summers ago. It was the selection for Cozy Cottage Book Club. And so I was so excited to finally, and I'm like, I wish I would have read these sooner. The Long Walk is my all-time favorite. Now, I have not read The Long Walk. I've not read that one. And Carissa says, I haven't read as many King books as I had thought. I think I have read maybe 10 of his books so far. And I did look at the Friends of the Library store for some books for you, Carissa, and they did not have any. The Long Walk is good. I know I need to read that. A lot of people say that. It's one I have not read yet. Me either, Heidi. I like the original movie with Megan Follow. And The Green Mile is Carissa's favorite. I put pizza fixing in a chicken breast and had some mashed taters and corn. Yum. And Jamie says, I loved Hearts in Atlantis, one of King's short story collections. Favorite novel is either Sleeping Beauties or From a Buick 8. Wow. Surprised about Sleeping Beauties, Jamie, because that one doesn't get enough love, in my opinion. I enjoyed Sleeping Beauties. I thought it was wonderful. And I love that he and his son Owen collaborated. And I also love From a Buick 8. I think it's underrated. You don't hear a lot of people talking about it. Now, Hearts in Atlantis is the one I have to read the collection. I was his only granddaughter, so that was special. I think that's awesome. I love that. Love, love, love. Okay, so we are going to do our Mad Libs, and then we'll go to another sprint. And it'll be related to what our Would You Rather question is. So let's get a little music on. Let's see. I wish we had beach music, but we don't. So I'm going to put Feeding the Ducks. And let me put them. There we go. Okay. So the first thing I need is an adjective. Kaylin said, I don't think hearts on. My favorite Stephen King books are Christine and The Shining. Nice. I like both of those. Green Mile was super scary if you think what happened. The whole scenario was ironically realistic. Anne says we need Coda. No, we don't need Coda. We've been doing Mad Libs before Coda. Whoops. I didn't know Hearts in Atlantis was stories. Okay. Feisty. Yes. That's a nice adjective. Let's see if I need any more. This is going to be a short one, honestly. Mushy. Mushy. Careless. Coda is working. Yeah, Coda's working now. It's a bummer. I miss seeing him. But he's doing videos, which is good. Slow and stale. Okay, I need a noun. Clothing, specifically. A noun that is clothing. I mean, if you have other nouns, that's good. But I do need one that's a clothing. A piece of clothing. sock. We got some pants, a hat, sweater, another sock, a boot, and a jacket. And then we need other nouns. I will need a food noun and a drink noun specifically. Lederhosen. A cat. Ooh, toast. Ooh, a milkshake. Ooh, shrimp. Let's see, any other names? So I got the foods, and I got the meatloaf, a lizard, coffee, that's another drink, OJ, spaghetti, coffee, a frittata, Mountain Dew, coffee, margarita, a truck. That's going to be painful. Yarn and music. Okay, I need a verb. Oh, let me see. Somebody had the back. Okay, that would not make sense. That would not make sense. Okay, I'm going to have to swap so I can make this. I need a plural noun, so I'm going to move truck. I can make that plural. So what was the other one? Was yarn. Yes, so yarn. Okay, let's see some verbs here. Verb. Okay. That is going to be funny. Swimming, which I'm going to have to change it to swim. Hey, Emily. Emily's got catch. Okay, so let me see. I think we got everything. Yes, like I said, this is a short one. Running, jump, dance, fly, eating, peaches, kisses, drive. These are good. Okay, so that is it. Like I said, it's going to be a short story, very short. Okay, so we're going to go, what do y'all want, 30 or 45 minutes? 30 or 45 minutes? Woo! We've been talking for 30 minutes. Okay, Samira's first with 45, and we've got Jen and Amy with 45 after. Sorry, Ian, I'm going to do 45. There we go. Stop. Okay, so happy reading, or whatever you're doing on sprints. Doesn't have to be reading. I hope you all reach your goals. Hello, welcome back. How did everybody do during that sprint? Or what did everybody get up to? I read to page 172. That's where I stopped. So I have 52 pages left. And it's to a point, I'm just going to tell you right now, this book is very depressing and sad, and it's a tragedy. And it's one of these books that you don't think it could get any worse, and then it does. This is one of these books that I'm going to need a palate cleanse after reading it, because it's just so depressing. So depressing. So right when we left, Nicole popped in. Hi, Kat. Finally jumping on cooking and eating dinner, then hoping to spend evening reading. So glad you're here, Nicole. And Christina said hello to Nicole. And then Emily said hello. Glad to have made it in time for Mad Libs, reading the Amulet series, which is a graphic novel, and really enjoying it. And Kaju said that she was going to sneak in some reading. Highs to Nicole. And then highs to everyone. More highs to Nicole. Alicia said, oh no, I walked away for a minute and missed Mad Libs. Hi to Nicole. It was quick too today, Alicia. And I was telling them hello. Build a sandcastle so that I can decorate with seashells. Nice. And hi to Nicole from Samira. And then highs. Lots of highs. That's a perfect compromise from Mary Lou. And she said, right. Off to dinner. See you all in a bit. We'll probably miss the chat. Team Sandcastle. I love that. And then Jellicle popped in. Hello. Finishing at work and might actually get to read with you all this week. Ooh, I am a seashell collector. Never had much luck making castles. I'm the same. And then Carly's here. Hello, Froggy. What's up? I just have to tell you that I am happy that you experienced whales in the wild. Your pictures are absolutely beautiful, but I'm jealous. I would love to see whales in the wild. Collect seashells, but the shells are shark teeth. Excellent. Frittatas are ready. Going to eat now. Yummy. Remember to hydrate and hug the like button. Thanks for reminding us, Christina. It's important. I've been drinking some tea. I have some peach tea I'm drinking. Got to 43% in Ship of Destiny by Robin Hobb. Nice. And Jennifer did the dishes and put them all away, put out the garbage, and read 2 chapters. Excellent. Jamie ran an errand and listened to her audiobook. I just have over an hour left. Nice. And Froggy woke up. That sprint, it's 9 a.m. for me. Do you have big plans for today? What are you going to be up to? Are you going to be out in the field, or are you like in your space in a class? Not sure how many pages I read, but I'm at chapter 27, Reading the Ritual by Adam Neville. Amy, have you ever seen the movie The Ritual? I have only seen the movie. I saw it a few years back. In fact, what's funny about it is that my son Andrew recommended it to me, which Andrew is not a big horror person, but he's like, Mom, you really got to watch it. And I did, and I really enjoyed it. So I need to pick up the book and see how similar it is, because I believe that it's based on that. Christina's telling Carly hello. And Samira made it to page 180 of her Kindle book. It's called Rajal's Resonance. It's like I couldn't read that word for a second, by Ruby Dixon, and I like it. Excellent. Sandcastle, I like to create. I bet you it would be beautiful, Kaylin. You can create things with seashells. Well, she wants a sandcastle instead of a seashell. But that's true. You could actually create with both. Thanks. I definitely got to check off a few species from my bucket list. There were a few shark species I was hoping to snorkel with, but the tour kept getting canceled, unfortunately. That's a bummer. That really is a bummer. And the Ritual movie is so creepy. I agree, Kaylin. There is a lot of like uneasiness to it. Especially when they start discovering things in the woods. That's what I think is just really creepy about the woods. Like during the day, not so much, but then when you find weird things, it's kind of like Blair Witch, those vibes. Yeah. Yes, I saw it last year, I think. So far, it's a bit different. Like what's happening now didn't happen in the movie that I can remember. Yeah, I haven't read anything by Adam Neville yet. I do have a book that I got through the Nightworms. I had ordered Nightworms one time, and it was one of the books that was in that package. And it's not a big book, but I've put it on TBRs for different things and just have never gotten around to it. Hello, Swamp Gas. How's it going for you? Are you doing well with all this rain? Because we're getting pretty soggy here in Hammond, Louisiana. I can tell you that. I've got class later, but I also need to go to the grocery store this morning. Fun. I just started The House on Haunted Hill by Shirley Jackson. How are you liking it? I have not read that one yet. I would love to read that one during the spooky season because I read my first Shirley Jackson novel. I had read a short story that was my introduction to Shirley Jackson, but then I read We Have Always Lived in the Castle and loved it. And I've heard that The House on Haunted Hill, a lot of people really like that one. So we'll see. Yeah, it has been very wet. Yeah, it's raining right now here. And it's like this whole week, it's just been miserable. Like you just feel like you're going to mildew at any moment. It's really weird too. A couple of places in our neighborhood, like a neighbor a couple of doors down, I looked out the door and I saw this white stuff all in their yard. And it looks like somebody, like plastic bags or whatever, from as far as I was at. When I got in the car and left today and I passed, it was these ginormous mushrooms, white mushrooms, and they were huge and they were like in patches all in this one little area. Well, then I turned the corner and I'm driving a little ways and I spot a bunch more of these white mushrooms, humongous. I wish I would have had time to go take a picture of it because it was just so bizarre. Same thing. So I followed. Well, I didn't follow him because I went to the post office first, and then I met him at the place he's getting his car fixed, and he tells me on the way back because I drove him back. He's like, "Did you see those big white mushrooms in the subdivision?" I'm like, "Yeah, they are humongous." And I guess it's all the rain. I read All the Fiends of Hell by him in May and gave it 5 stars. I love it so much. I'm trying to read a few books of Adam Neville's this year. Well, that sounds good. I'll have to keep my eyes out for All the Fiends of Hell. Yeah, it's trying to keep up with all these new to me authors. It's so much. I almost dread liking a new author because then I'm going to want to read everything that they have. I still need to read Adam Neville books. Haven't checked any out. Yeah, I'm with you. But I do have one book on my shelf. I have The Vessel on my shelf. I'm enjoying it so far. Excellent. That is a book that I need to read so that I can watch the Mike Flanagan series. I don't want to watch the series until I've read the book. Wish I liked Shirley Jackson more, but his stuff hasn't worked for me. Yeah, it's not for everybody. I just watched Kirsten. She is in the BookTube Battle of the BookTubers, and I think her channel is The Reading Nymph. I think she read it, and I think she ended up giving it either 3 or 4 stars. But she does a rating system with I guess a software called Cawpile, I think is what it's called, so that she can give a good rating, because she said if she does it like emotionally, it could be different than what the true rating should be. But she was a little disappointed with what we have always lived in the castle, because she went into it thinking it was one thing and coming out of it with something totally different. And I understand that because that happened to me with the house at the bottom of the lake. Um, I was anticipating it being one thing and it coming out of it totally different. I mean, it was more like a romance and there were other things going on. And so in some ways I think it's good if you don't know what to expect, because then I think you have a more enjoyable time with books like that, because there was merit to Josh Mallerman's book. I will say that, but I just wanted it to be creepier. I wanted it to be scarier, and I think that's what Kirsten was saying about We Have Always Lived in the Castle. But there's a lot of social commentary in Shirley Jackson's work. So the weather is the same in New York. It's so muggy. Yeah. Those mushrooms remind me of so many sci-fi horror movies. Yes, I know. I know. It's one of those things like you hate to like. I don't know how they're going to get rid of them. Like, they have a yard guy? I wonder if their yard guy is going to like weed whack them. How's he going to get rid of them unless they get rid of them? Like, do you pull them out? To me, if you like ran over them with the lawnmower, like I just imagine spores going everywhere. Trying to finish the Rebecca Roan Horse Black Sun trilogy. It is a Mesoamerican fantasy series. That sounds interesting. I love Black Sun, but have not read the rest of the series. How are they? Asking you, Swamp Gas. Ooh, I use Cawpile. It is a spreadsheet created by Book Roast channel that helps you really analyze your rating and other stats. Yeah, and this is the first time I've seen it's the first time I've seen Caw Pile, but I watched another booktuber called Digger Dan, and he has a rating system similar, but it's not on a spreadsheet. He just does it similarly where he looks at plot and characters and everything. And I do think because Kirsten normally does not give books ratings. So the only reason she's doing the ratings is because she's in this battle of the booktubers. But it's pretty interesting because you may end up with a book getting a higher rating than what you were emotionally invested in it. And I think what would help me with that kind of a thing is when I'm on the fence about a rating. Like sometimes a book feels like it could be in between, like a half star kind of thing. And I hate that Goodreads doesn't do half stars. So a lot of times I just pick one or the other, unless I really cannot decide. But yeah, it's an interesting way to rate your books. I'm almost to the point like sometimes ratings drive me crazy. Yes, definitely read it before watching because the Flanagan movie is very different. So it's definitely gave me expectations that the book did not meet. Yeah. Yeah. I could see that. I love We Have Always Lived in the Castle and Haunting of Hill House. I read Sundial earlier this year, and I can see why no one ever talks about that one. I love that series, Swamp Gas. I just reread 1 and 2. I'm going to read Mirrored Heavens next month. I have been gobbling the Black Sun books up, trying to get back up to speed with all the characters from the break between books. And then Jamie said, I read We Have Always Lived in the Castle recently too. I really enjoyed it, but it was not what I thought it was going to be. I really didn't know what to expect. I just know that some people like it, some people don't. Like I don't hear a lot of people who are like in between. Kirsten was kind of like, there's some aspects I like, some aspect it just wasn't what I thought kind of thing. But because I guess I had no expectations, I just knew I was either going to be in a camp that liked it or I was going to be in a camp that didn't like it. And I really like the character of Maricat, and I think it's because she's such an unreliable character. And she kind of reminds me of Jenna Ortega's version of Wednesday Addams. So in my mind, when I was reading it, that's who I saw was Jenna Ortega as the character, as the person playing her. And also she reminds me of like the character Ellen in Edgar and Ellen, just that's what I had in my mind. So I don't know. I liked her. psychopathic. No, that sounds terrible. I probably shouldn't say that, but I don't know. I just liked also trying to figure out what could have possibly happened to Maricat in her past to cause her, the people in her family, to be afraid of her and to have people on pins and needles, and and then just the dynamics between she and Constance. I mean, there was just so many layers to it, I guess, from a literary point of view. And I like critical analysis, stuff like that. Like I would have loved to have written a paper, on all of this. So yeah, it worked for me. I really enjoyed it. And so I was glad, because I know several people, even my friend Kelsey, didn't care for it. So yeah, I'm glad it worked. I read it for Week of Weird. I asked Crystal at Fiber Artsy, I'm like, do you think this would be considered weird? And she said, Maricat is very weird. So yes, I would definitely say you could read it for Week of Weird. So that's when I read it. It was also one of the FOMO book club choices, and I missed it. I was supposed to read that during the spooky season and didn't get to it. So I was glad I got to read it this year. Samira said, yeah, I mainly keep my ratings in a reading journal so I don't have to stress about the half star ratings. Yeah. I thought it was more of a haunted house story. Yeah, I think that's the impression it gives because it's of how the girls are isolated. But you love Maricat too. Yeah, I did. I really loved her, and I loved her relationship with Constance. I even liked the old uncle. I mean, I don't know. I need to watch the movie. I still need to watch it. I think it ended up much more interesting than a simple haunted house story. I agree. I think there was just a lot of depth to it. There were layers to it. It would have made, in my opinion, a good book club discussion. I should go back and look at FOMO's book club. I didn't get to make that meeting, so I should go back and listen and hear what they had to say about it. But anyway, so we are at the end of our comments. So let's go ahead and read our Mad Libs, and then we'll go on to another sprint because my hubby is home with sushi. So I'm going to go eat with him. This is called A Trip to the Beach. Summer trips to the beach are so feisty. Pack your sock, a cat to dry yourself off, and yarn to prevent sunburn. I don't know about y'all. If I had to rub yarn on me, if I was sunburned, because guess what? It's not going to prevent sunburn. Be sure to bring a lizard to swim with in the water too. Froggy would like that. You can bring a beach picnic with toast, shrimp, and milkshake to drink. It's fun to catch for hours in the water and to see trucks sail past in the distance. I love it. I love that the summer trips are feisty. So we could call this summer trip, feisty summer trips. But you need to make sure you pack your sock. I don't know if you're just going to swim with a sock, but I think you would get in a lot of trouble. I think you would offend a lot of people. I want a little lizard swimming friend. I know. I think lizards are precious. If you got one big enough, though, Amy, if you got one big enough, you could like float on it. Make sure your cat is really fluffy. I know. But then think about a cat like, you're wet and you got cat fur on you. Imagine seeing someone wrapped in yarn, rubbing a cat on them. I know. I wonder if anybody would ever if they would call like the authorities on that. Cute. Yes, it was cute. Yes, I think so. A cat to dry off with. Yeah. Silly, silly, silly. That is Mad Libs for you for sure. I love it. Okay, so we are going to go on our next sprint. What would y'all like to do? 45 or 30? I don't always go to the beach, but I would pay to see that. Yes, I would too. I would. I mean, Heidi would not like sand on her. I don't think Heidi would want to use a cat, as a towel either. Oh my goodness. Swank is here first with 45. Okay, well, we will do 45. That sounds good. That way I can go eat with my hubster. 45, 45, 45, 45. Yay. Okay, there we go. Happy sprinting. Hello. I'm back. Okay. So I ate dinner and then I came back to read. I am on page 187. So let me see how many pages. I'm determined, y'all. 37 pages left. So depending on how long we sprint for the last sprint will be if I can finish this book or not. So I did that, ate, read, and now texting. I don't know if I told y'all that we hired a sitter for my mom. She comes on Tuesday and Thursday. She started last Thursday. Yeah, it was last Thursday. We met with her on a Saturday, the day after I had slept over. And she is a cousin of my friend's husband, her husband's cousin. And so today was the second day, and she's just was like texting me to tell me some things that, how everything was going. But I'm very excited for my dad that finally we have somebody that we trust to come in and sit, that gives my dad 2 days with the sitter. And then I go in and help if there's an appointment or anything like that. And then I'll continue spending the night when I can. Usually I try to spend the night at least once a month, because then my dad can go see his friends for coffee and stuff the next day whenever I go. But anyway, so that's good news. So that helps out a lot. Let's see how y'all did. Okay. So, hello, Katie. Katie stopped by to say hello and is hoping everyone is doing well. We are doing well. Thank you for stopping by, Katie. And then Rachel said, oh, hey, Katie. And then Joanne came in telling everybody hi and asking what we're working on. And highs from Rachel, asking about Project Sugar and Spice. And then I'm a cough. Sorry about that. And then Jen's asking Joanne how she is, reading Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And then Samara is telling her, hello, I'm taking a break this sprint, but I'm between an audiobook and a Kindle book I'm in the middle of. And then Alicia has come in. Hello. Happy Wednesday to you. Just joining, doing some planner updates and reading more of Kingdom of Flesh and Fire. Currently 272 of 558. Nice. And then I would rather collect seashells. I'm not very good at sandcastle building. You and me both, Alicia. Tackle hugs to Rachel. Project Sugar and Spice is going slowly when it comes to progress, but it's going pretty well. Thanks for asking. What about you? How's it going with your stories? And then nice to meet you. What genres do you read and write to Samira? Jen ate dinner and listened to 3 chapters. Nice. Got to 48% in Ship of Destiny. Might switch to ARCs for a few hours next. That's great. And got to chapter 34. Very good. How are you liking Therese Raquin? I remember liking it, but I read it almost 20 years ago. I'm going to tell you, Jamie, it is depressing. It's depressing as heck. It has been depressing since, it wasn't so much in the very beginning, even though Therese is not 100% fond of Camille, her husband. They're cousins, and then they become husband and wife. But it's just gotten really, I don't know. It's definitely a tragedy. It's definitely going to have a bleak ending at this point. I have a feeling, because everything that's transpired, and it's almost like one of these things, be careful what you wish for. And also, like, you need to really make sure that you don't put into action something that you really desire, because that action is going to have so many horrible consequences. I don't know. I'm glad I am reading it, so I can say I've read an Emile Zola book. and because apparently he's classic. But I don't know if all of his books are this bleak. I'll need a palate cleanse for sure. Jamie made it to 91% in her audiobook and finished the laundry. Nice. That's good news. Yep. Yep. Very good news. I'm so happy. I mean, my dad, we have been telling my dad, my sister and I, that we needed to get a sitter, but the issue is sometimes the places that you call to get a sitter, you don't always necessarily get the same sitter all the time. So you have like a revolving door. Then the sitters aren't making a boatload of money. You know, you pay a certain fee, but some of it has to go to the business. And then they pay these people maybe $12 an hour. And so we've just heard some negative things, you know, about situations. And so it just makes you leery. It makes you nervous about leaving, you know, my mom with somebody we really don't know. And it's not like I know the sitter personally, but I know her through my friend. And so, I mean, the fact that she would recommend her, I mean, obviously she's a good enough person if my friend is recommending her. So at least she knows who she is and she has experience. And so I just think it's good, you know, because I'm telling you, it wears my dad out for sure. So yeah, thank you all very much. I'm just excited about it. I keep praying, please, you know, let everything work out. Carly read a little bit of it, nice, and got groceries. Headed back now. That's nice. Are you like? Is this the first time you're reading it, Carly? Let me know. And Samira says, nice to meet you too. I think I've seen you in other sprints before. I like to read different subgenres in romance, like historical romance, contemporary, dark, and fantasy. That's great. Yay. I know. Let's celebrate, huh, Andy? And cool. I like to read contemporary romance too, and fantasy and mystery thriller. But my niche is writing sweet bakery romance, revising my bakery rivals to romance. Project Sugar and Spice. Yeah, Spice. Made it to page 206. Great. Only about 900 to go. Well, when you say it like that, I really liked Germinal. Probably my favorite Zola book. My brother read all of Zola's books a few years ago, which I plan to do eventually too. Are they all like depressing? Has your brother ever shared that with you? Just curious. Maybe this one's just that way. I will tell you there are some parts that have, you know, drag a little bit. I'm sort of like, okay, already. Do what y'all have to do and move on. Y'all are making me crazy, you know, kind of thing. But it's not taken away from me enjoying it. It's just that there's probably about 2 chapters or 3 chapters that could have like gone away. And the one guy, Laurent, he drives me crazy. He really does. He doesn't want to work. He just wants to be lazy. He don't want to do any work. He just wants to be a man that's just lazy and takes his time and, you know, sits around digesting his lunch. I'm like, must be nice. A lot of people don't want to work. The joys of capitalism or watered down profits, business structure. I hope you get someone good. No, we got somebody. We got her name is Ashley. And so far, I mean, she's only been there for 2 different days, but I mean, we try to keep in communication, and my dad likes her and my mom likes her, and that's what's important. So, she'll go see, she works on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which the reason I asked for those days is those are the days that I generally work. And so worst case scenario, if something happens, like my dad has a doctor's appointment, Ashley will be there. So I don't necessarily have to take off on a Tuesday or flip-flop my schedule. And that's if I go back to work. I'm going to touch base with the supervisor next week and see if I have a job for this coming year. We shall see. I got some writing to do and need to record a YouTube video. Sounds awesome. Very productive. I bought a copy of your book, Alicia is telling Joanne, and have it set up on my August TBR. We'll be filming that soon. Yay. Yeah, it's the first time I'm reading it. I decided to only read it physically, but it's been a month-long process of picking it up and reading little chunks. Yeah, it is chunky. And the last time I read it was with Kelsey for our Year of King. So it was my second time reading it. But both times I read it with my eyes. So physically, I like it that way. I don't know. I can't remember who the narrator is of that book anyway, because that would depend. It would depend. I'll check out your works. Samira's telling Joanne. I really like it though. Just wanted to take my time with it. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. It's one of those stories that there's a lot of descriptions and world building, and you've got you've got so many characters, and you got to get to know all of the characters, pretty intimately, to get an idea of their personalities and what they're afraid of and all of that. So yeah, I definitely think it's good to take your time with it. Don't rush it. Enjoy it. Savor it. That's what you have to do with a lot of King's books, I think, is to savor it. I think a lot of Zola's work is a bit depressing, but partly because he was focusing on poor people and their lives, which tended to be a bit bleak and hard anyway. Yeah. I mean, these people are not necessarily poor, but I mean, they're not super wealthy. They're not struggling in the sense, but it's just their choices, their circumstances. It's like when you think, the thing about it is, like, because of a circumstance that happened with Therese, it puts her on a course that makes her unhappy. And if what would have happened in her background wouldn't have happened, then we wouldn't have had the story, obviously. But then, because of decisions that Madame, Rakeen makes, that causes issues, but what ends up ultimately happening, the choice that happens that's devastating, it's just, I can't even imagine. That sitter has to be such a relief. Yes. Like I said, it's 2 days that she's been there. But like I said, my dad, feels comfortable. And my mom, as long as she doesn't give my mom trouble, because sometimes my mom can. But I've noticed that with my mom, sometimes it's a very brief moment when she has these like changes in personality, that she's not always like the nicest. And you just got to kind of like ride the wave. And then when the moment passes, then you're like kind of still on your surfboard, I guess. So, and I also think that she needs resets. Like, her brain needs to reset, because like sometimes we'll ask her to take like her medication or whatever, and she refuses. But then we'll have her go do something like go brush her hair or brush her teeth. And then we change her position again. And then she's very amicable about doing it. So I don't know. I hate to say that. I mean, the brain to me is very fascinating. That's all I can say. Very complicated and complex. Thank you so much to Alicia. Hope you enjoy reading it. Sounds cute. I think I'll love it. And then months long. I've been reading it since February, I think. Well, as long as you're enjoying it. I mean, unless you were reading it for some specific, like you were getting paid to read it because of something that you had to review or whatever, then I think you can take as long as you want. Hello, Amal. How are you doing? Thank you. I have culinary confessions for 99 cents until 11:59 p.m. tonight, Eastern Standard Time. I read it in print too as a break from college reading. It went pretty fast for me, probably because it was far more fun than reading my textbooks. Yes. I haven't been reading a lot during the day. I've been getting up early like I'm supposed to, and I've been doing some things in the morning. I've been catching up on my book reviews. I'm so excited. I've written all of my reviews for June on Goodreads. Very excited. So I'm caught up with that, and I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I can at least film my June wrap up tomorrow. That's my goal, but I don't know because now I've got to bring my son. So we'll see. I may have to do as much as I can and then film the rest of it. We'll see. I'm 84% in, getting to the end. Woot woot. Sipping hazelnut cappuccino and thinking about my cat and where I'll put here once the technicians come to spray the house from insects. It's an insect infestation in the neighborhood. That's terrible. Sorry to hear that. And Mary Lou bought Culinary Confessions. Looking forward to reading it. Nice. And oh yes, I'm finished setting up the Secret Family Project. I made a scavenger hunt for my kiddos to tell them they're going to Mickey's Halloween party in August, and the last pieces came in today. That's fun. One of the defining aspects of Zola's work when you read his books in school is that he is not just talking about drawing room dramas populated by wealthy characters. Yeah. Yeah, you see that. You do see that with this novel for sure. To Samira, if you are interested in donating to my character art fund for me to commission character art, here's the link for that. Or if any of you have the means to donate. And to Mary Lou, thank you. And best wishes for good care for your mom. Thank you, Kaylin. Yes, every day we take it day by day. That's what we do. Okay, so we have one last sprint. And I second that. Thank you very much, Joanne. We have one last sprint. So what would y'all like to do? Would y'all like 30 minutes or 45? 30 minutes or 45. And while we're waiting, I just want to let y'all know that Nicole is doing a read along for the Phantom Toll Booth, which I'll be participating in that on Saturday. It's like a come and go. But if you have never read the Phantom Toll Booth, like I have never read it, even though I've wanted to for many, many years, join us. Pop in during the day. Or if you've read it and you want to reread it, that would be great too. So Alicia has said 45 minutes. So that is what we would do. And Joanne said she probably would want a sandcastle to build a sandcastle. 45 for Jamie. And then, and find a crab to live in it. You even go an extra mile or other critters. Yeah. Maybe if you have a little tide pool in your castle, you can have a little jellyfish in there. How about that? Or some little fishies. Swishy little fishies. I love the Phantom Toll Booth. Yeah, I heard it's wonderful. It's fantastic. So that's why I jumped on it when Nicole said she was doing a read along. So I can't wait. I'll be in and out just because I want to see the live stream for the Battle of the Booktubers if possible. I was supposed to go to Cozy Cottage Book Club meeting, but I'm not reading that book, so I don't think I'm going to go. But anyway, so let's get our clock ready. 45. And we will get started. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, I can finish this book. Welcome back. I finished. Woohoo! But it was a terrible ending. Ugh. It is not a happy ending. And Laurent does something that's awful, terribly awful. But even though the ending is not happy, I guess in a way, I have questions. Poor Madame Raquin. That's all I'm going to say. Well, I finished though, and I'm excited. I'm happy. Even though I'm kind of contemplating if I should start Bright Island or not, even though I'd have to read it on the phone. I don't know. Or let it go. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so we have a lot of people that left during that sprint. People going to bed. Because it is 8:05. So Mary Lou said, good night, everyone. Have a great evening or day. I know you're gone by now, Mary Lou. Thanks for being here. Joanne was saying good night. Thanks for joining us, Mary Lou. Hello, lovelies, from Mama Maggie. I was telling her hello. Then Caitlin was saying 45. And Kat, you'll love Phantom Toll Booth. I've read it, but maybe I'll pop in Saturday, see what y'all have to say. Yeah, I've never done a read along like this, so I'm not really sure what to expect. Read it, then watch the movie. I didn't even know that they had a movie. So thanks for letting me know that. And Swamp Gas said Sandcastles. The 1977 for Best Animated Short was a film made with sand about beach creatures building a castle worth of people on YouTube. It took 10 years to make because things got washed away. I can imagine. Hello, Teresa. Just wanted to say hello, Kat. Sorry I couldn't join you earlier. That is fine. Thank you for being here. Just popping in and saying hello. I appreciate it. And then Camille said, thank you very much, Kat, for the sprints. And I was telling her goodbye. Bye, Camille. I know you're gone already. Thanks for being here. It was good seeing you. And then Jen says, I'm going to head to bed. I have another another day of training tomorrow. Thanks for the sprints. Long is what she meant to say. Long day of sprints. Bye, Jen. Hang in there. Hopefully it won't be so bad tomorrow, but I know how that can be. I dreaded professional development. Kat, this book you were reading was in a movie, right? Why was it in... Wait, this book you were reading was in a movie, right? Why was it in the movie? Oh, this is a movie. It's called In Secret. And as you can see, that's Jessica Lange at the top. And this is one of the Olsen girls, the one that plays Scarlet Witch. I don't know who the guy is who plays the guy. But this is Thérèse Raquin, which was published in 1867. It's just they changed it to In Secret. That's the American title. And then they made it into a movie. I need to watch the movie now. I have 3 movies to watch. I need to watch Sense and Sensibility with Emma Thompson. I need to watch The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. And I need to watch In Secret. I need to try to do that before the end of July. I would like to anyway. And Samira made it to 70% of her book. Very good. That's a very good. Not much more to do. Jamie got to 52% in Ship of Destiny, so a little bit over the halfway mark. Jamie has 9 minutes left in her audiobook, so you'll finish tonight. Excellent. So close. Yes. Started making dinner sushi. I'm too easily influenced and read 10 pages. Yum. Yeah, I had my sushi, my dragon roll with some sesame chicken. I had a couple of pieces of sesame chicken, and it was yummy in my tummy. Christina said, I think I may have taken an after dinner nap. Yep, that happens. Thanks for sprints. I'm going to get some dinner. Thank you, Samira, for being here. So happy you're here, and hopefully I'll see you again. Just remember, I will not be here next Wednesday because I'll be at the beach. I'll make a note just to remind everybody. Thank you, Christina, for being here. Enjoy your evening as well. Remember to hydrate and hug the like button. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Joanne, for being here. I appreciate it. Good night. As always, thanks for the sprints. I really appreciate them. I'm always productive. Me too. Bye, Jamie. Have a good evening and a good rest of your week. I watched some booktube and saw the biggest spider I've ever seen at my house. Wow. I hope it wasn't a deadly spider. You got to be careful. That could be like a horror movie spider. And Alicia put the kiddos to bed, gave Isis, her cat, meds for upper respiratory cold. I'm sorry to hear that. And finished one planner updates. Very good. Thank you for being here, Alicia. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we feeling the love. And Teresa says the Ghost of Mrs. Muir is a favorite of mine. I can't wait to see the movie because I enjoyed the book. I really did. I ended up giving it 4 stars. So really, really liked it. So and Rex Harrison's in it, and Jean Tierney, I think, is the name of the actress. So I'm excited to check it out. Have a great evening, Amy. You too. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And thank you, Alicia. I will be excited. I'm going to try to vlog my adventures at the beach. So hopefully y'all get to see what kind of activities we did. Thank you for being here, Alicia. Thank you, Emily. Have a good rest of your week and a wonderful weekend. If y'all are watching Phantom Toll Booth, I'll be there. Oh yeah, have a great time at the beach. Yay. Yes, I'm excited to be able to go on a little mini vacation and get some beach time so I can relax just a little bit. But thanks everyone for being here. I am so excited to spend the evening with y'all. Y'all are the best. And as always, stay amazing and be adventurous. Just be safe in your adventures. And for those of you that like the Olympics, I believe they start this Friday. So see y'all in a little bit, like 2 weeks. Thank y'all.